Hello, hello. Welcome in. What is today? Thursday, not Friday. Happy Friday. Jesus Christ. Happy Thursday. Today's stream, I'm going to try to keep a little bit tight. A nice tight 4-hour stream. Oof, that's a word. Like I've been saying in the intros to the past couple streams, I'm really excited for blueprints. But I also wanted to keep my schedule for Pyanodons, make sure that I don't miss a day on that, and everyone who's been enjoying watching it, either here on Twitch or on YouTube, can still get their fix of my suffering. Yeah, we're gonna get our nice tight 4-hour stream in. I'm gonna try to get molten solder working, so that we can build rails a lot more quickly, because solder is one of our limiting factors over here. Yeah. Both for rails and honestly for a lot of things in this process. I think now that we're caught up on small parts, that should never be a thing. And yet... Oh. Okay. Yep, I could fix that. Apparently I never reconnected a few... I didn't realize that this was drawing fuel from copper. Does anything else actually draw fuel from the copper? Yeah, some of these machines do. Okay. So I do need to add a fuel back here, and that's easy. That's just another fork here. Because I had stopped sending fuel on the copper from this layer a couple of sessions ago. Yeah, so let's get this fixed, and then we'll start looking into the new techs for, well, we're just now unlocking tin 2, which gives us molten tin. I believe I already have molten lead. Yeah, solder's right here. So we're going to start working on... I don't know if I want to try to do this on the rail network. It's tempting to do it on the rail network, but I think what I'm going to do instead is build... Well, it will be on the rail network, but I don't know if I want to put lead and tin separately on the rail network and have like a lead outpost and a tin outpost already, or if I just want to find a spot where I have lead and tin patches near each other and build a single sort of what's the word I'm looking for? Build a single outpost just for solder. Not sure yet. I'm going to think about it as I go. But first, let's fix fuel for the copper wire assemblers in the mall. Let's get a radar down here, because this depot is hanging off the edge. I probably could have even made this a little bit smaller, but yeah, it's fine. It occurred to me that I could probably do this better if I tried to do it as like a trumpet instead of as a... Doesn't matter. It's fine. It serves its purpose. I don't need to mess with it anymore, but I don't like this interchange enough that I'm going to try to use it as a template or anything. Although actually, now that I do have the spacing of my rails decided and the spacing of my signals, I could start working on some templates around that and getting some standard intersections and ideally a standard rail grid. I'm not sure if I want to go that far, but like making sure that you know, I've got this piece, right? And if this comes across and I have a T and I loop back around, like, you want to make sure that it all kind of clicks together, even if I'm not going to build city blocks. Having, like, standard grid size components for a few different intersection types, I think would be good. So I just need to decide sort of how long is a standard rail segment, and then get the, you know, which will probably be like 2 of these. I think one is too. I'm holding my hands up to my screen as if you can see them. I think this one length is too short for an intersection to fit, so it's going to be 2 or 3 sections. Will be sort of the standard module. Maybe 3 sections. So like from 1 rail signal to 3 more over. And then there's plenty of space in there for the middle rail to go up and down. That's something to think about as we go. But I do want to start making that blueprint book and getting some of that stuff sorted. What is this? Oh, gravel. That's fine. Science is off. That's bad. Let's also figure out why science is off. Science is off because... which pack is missing? That's the question. We're missing completely Pi Psi 1. How is that possible? We have no Petri dishes? So what, Daba? We have empty ones. We have... we have no steam. We have no steam because... we have no hot air? Because... tar is backed up. How is this even possible? Oh, that's how it's possible. Okay. So I need to be burning off coal dust. I will fix that too. So let's head over here and take a look at how this is being done right now. Let's see. So at the moment, I've got all of this steam from the coke oven gas that comes out to this buffer and then overflows out to the rest of the system, where it will be consumed. So I think I can just do like a... well, we don't want this to be direct insertion anymore. So this will use up to 7.5. I guess I could scale this for its actual potential inputs, huh? What are you making? Zinc chloride. Okay, half a zinc chloride. 1... I mean, 1 1/4 isn't quite, I don't think, 1 inserter, but it's pretty close. And then from this warehouse, 7.5 items is a lot of inserters. Oh, but we only have at most 3 of these guys coming in, so that's all I really actually need to cope with. That's, yeah, let's just scale it for the limited input, Brandon, and not get too freaky. So this splits. And then part of this is going to go up here, feed in. And that'll be the priority. And then otherwise, we will bring in... Let's go to YAFC real quick and check. Do I still have hot air? Yes. Not this version, though. Oh, wait, yes I do. Okay, I have... That's right. I was playing with 2 different versions of hot air. Like, if I wanted to upgrade to Red Hot Coke, what that would look like. But I actually did this right, and I still have the old one packed away. No, I don't. Where's the... Oh, this says we're just steam boiling. Oh, because I'm not liquefying the Coke here. Okay. That's the problem. This. And then the tar is quenched. The soot is separated. That's not the one we're looking at. Tailings dust. Separation of tailings. Okay. So in theory, this can make 5 coal dust a minute. And we are actually far from being able to support that. So let's do that right. Oh, per minute, not per second. Brandon, come on. Think. Why is this set per minute? Why would I do that? Oh, I was looking at some science stuff, probably. I switch it to per minute for science. I should not, but... Okay, so what's actually saying is 0.08 per second. Okay, so that's 1. That's 1 outserter. That is 1 outserter. Alright, and then the other side of this comes out and just needs to be burned off. Oh, but no, 1 second. This is based off of... How many belts do I actually have coming in here? 6? I just realized this is only based off of 1 belt a second. We're bringing in 90 a second, so 0.5 coal dust. All right. And if we wanted to burn all of that into steam, what does that look like? Okay, just 1 boiler. Cool. So I just kind of want to throw that up here. You know, do something like that. 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 And then I just have to route in the coal dust and route out the ash. And I will do the ash outserter first before I forget and then set it up wrong. And then I think I have ash. Yeah, right over here. Ba-ba-da. Oh, these sides are both already balanced. You know what? Let's just not. Let's balance it all afterwards. How about that? And then, let's see. That should be fine. That should do what I need. Then I just have to hook up the input, which is down here. Yeah, let's go under, like I was going to do originally. Ooh, can I get away with one underground here? Yes! I mean, I need another one here, but... No, I don't. Look at that. Oh, and fortunately... coal dust. There we go. Alright, so this should now be able to pull out eventually enough coal dust. I'm gonna grab some just myself. Start this thing running. So yeah, our actual demand here for coal dust is pretty low, and our overall production is pretty low as well. So there's like already space in here. This should be pumping steam in. This is just taking a moment to catch up because of... it was backed up into here. And it's going to take a minute for all of this stuff to balance out. But it should be able to use these belts as just a little bit of a buffer to do what it needs to do there. Okay. Perfect. And then this is fully backed up on its thing. Yeah, where we're making the refined syngas, because I only need that for like 2 things at the moment anyway. Okay, so that is that bug sorted out. We should now be getting, yeah. I'm floating? I am floating, yes. The quick start mod that I started with gives me like Power Armor Mark II, which has flight. Which you can turn off somewhere. There's a toggle for it. No, there isn't a toggle for it in the base game. There's a mod that has a toggle for it. Okay. So this should all be running now. We're not getting... we're barely getting enough hot air. You don't have rubber stoppers? Question mark? Oh, we're just stopper limited on glassware. Okay, that's okay. Yeah, it's going to take a minute for this system to turn on. This has been broken for a long time, I suspect. Alright, there is at least a little bit of glassware still buffered. We ran out of petri dishes before glassware, so... I think we're going to be okay here. It just might take a second. Yeah, this is fine. Alright, back to what I was originally planning, which I was saying I wanted to get tin and lead onto the train network. And the question was, do I start making... excuse me. I need to start making rail grid pieces, and I'm going to need to rebuild all of this to the grid, whatever the grid ends up being. And then I'm going to need to make... words are hard. I'm going to need to figure out where I want to set up tin and lead mining. Again, if I can get them, like, next to each other, I could just make a single... Yeah, like up here, we have this, like, lead and tin, and I could just make a solder factory up here. Or, like, a combined solder and lead and tin factory, and avoid having to ship lead and tin around to other parts of the base. So I might just do that. Oh, there's also borax, so I don't need to ship borax in for all the molten metals processing. Yeah. Alright, I like that plan. That's the plan. So I'm going to start up here, and I'm going to build a whole, like, lead, tin, everything set up. And then the other thing will be figuring out the rail pieces. And I guess I should start doing that now and start getting things blueprinted so that I have a rail blueprint book ready to go. And I need more rails for that, that's for sure. Where am I? I've got a few ramps. Supports. I have a stack of... Okay. The Logibots are trying so hard to keep me stocked and to get rid of my excess nonsense. And it's... They can't keep up. What are you blocked on? Niobium. When did that happen? How did that happen? This belt? That is this belt. Alright, apparently we're not doing niobium just yet. Apparently I'm figuring out why niobium stopped. And then we're going to do solder. No niobium oxide. Because... No niobium complex. Because no niobium concentrate. Because no niobium dust. Because... No niobium powder because I'm just a colossal idiot? There we go. This is not the right way to solve this problem. But it's the way that I'm choosing to solve this problem for now. Do we have... Hey, we're back up to 8 SPM. Okay, cool. We should run a little bit higher than 8 SPM for a little while. Because I think we do have a research bonus. Yeah, research speed bonus. But once we catch up on the backlog of green science, which admittedly is a pretty good-sized backlog, it'll go back down to 8, because green is our limiting science right now. Well, in the general case. But yeah, cool. We're running up at 9, 10 SPM, which I will take. Alright, let's find a reasonably empty spot. Let's just go up there, because that's where we're going to want to be anyway. And I'm going to start designing my rail grid. I had been basing it around the idea of... You want to have signals far far enough apart that your trains can always kind of move at full speed, right? So that's part of the setup, is getting that figured out. So if I put a signal here to bop. So this is what I was doing before, which gives a little bit of extra space for my trains are all 1x1s, and I want to keep doing 1x1s. I like the idea of having just like hundreds and hundreds of 1x1 trains zipping around everywhere on the network. I'm trying to think of a good, kind of like the pneumatic tubes in like Portal or Portal 2, right? Where it's just kind of stuff moving around everywhere instead of like proper big rail setup. So yeah. Now the question is, how far apart are these, and of course, because these are... Oh, I want to be using big power poles here. That's the other thing. Did I set up big power poles with the base? I'm not sure I did. 1. Okay. Yeah, so this is what I was afraid of, was this... Although, actually, is the next one pretty close to aligned? Oh, and I also want to make sure that my, like, signals are in the right place relative to each rail segment so that this all tiles correctly. Like there, I just noticed that even though we hit 3, I actually want it there. Now the question is, are these the same distance, or are they one more rail there? Well, that's not right, but okay, there. There to there. All right, now they're always... See, this is... That side... Okay, no. This is the rails are 2x2, and my brain is thinking 1x1 problem. Okay, so here we are on the left side of a rail. Yes, so I want it to be on the left again, and that is the right, so it needs to go one more over. That is the spot. Okay. And that is the spacing. And yeah, that thinks it's not connected. That's fine. All right, I think that's what I want. And then if I do this, like, one more time, I'm lucky. The gods will smile upon me. Gods did not smile upon me. Yeah. We're, like, exactly 1 square too far apart. So I can make these a little bit shorter, and that's fine because my trains are 1x1 and I was intentionally leaving a little bit of extra space. So if I do that, bop, bop, and bop, bop, and bop. And then this just needs to, like, split the difference here. which is, I want to say there. Is that in the middle? 1, 2, 3, 4, bop. 1, 2, 3, 4, bop. Yes, okay. So this could very well be my rail module. And maybe should be my rail module. And then the other direction, if I was to have this be like a four-way... Oh, no. Our grid is wrong. Grid is always going to be wrong if we have an odd number of... Oh. One moment while I stop to think about this. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. So these need to be over one more? And then this spacing... I make this my default spacing, but this isn't going to work, right? Because now these want to be further out. And that's a little too far. Ugh. Okay. The other option then is to make it... that. And this is fine. This is still room for two. I just would have liked to see them with a little more breathing room. But this way, at least I can get the electric poles to line up, I think. Yeah. And then now if I take my tracks... it actually aligns on the center. Okay. So how wide is this? 56? A 56 sort of basic grid for my... That's not bad. And then copy this, rotate it, align it there, there. Obviously, I'd need to build an actual intersection for this, but, this would be the basic unit for an intersection, and then I would design each of my intersections around what's needed. Either like a cloverleaf or something else. Probably a cloverleaf. If I pull out all the inner signals... and then grab rail ramps... You know, cloverleaf is probably not actually the best design, but I know how to build a cloverleaf. They're not really the best design in real life either, but they're easy, and they're relatively cheap to build, which is why we use them. So yeah, we come in like that, and then rails across. And then, let's see, you need to come in from like here to here. Ooh, and this is actually too snug to be using elevated rails here. Can I not get this out? Okay, well. And that tells me that this block size is too small. Lovely. Lovely. But I think I saw the next size up doesn't play nicely with, like, 3 power poles. Alright, what if we just start with 3 of these, as far apart as they go. And then figure out that I did my rails exactly wrong. Yep. Whoops. Stop. Okay, so if I, like, make this my basic unit... All the way to rails, yep. And I should really just dig up an existing rail blueprint, but I never made a proper elevated rails blueprint when I was playing Space Age. I kind of... I did the bare minimum base when I was playing Space Age, so... I'm trying to work out my own new intersections and stuff. Whoops. Oh, that would be cool. Yeah, having the rails be, like, part of the power system. It might be too easy if they're, like, actual power transmission, but... Okay. And then my rail segments, just so I can say that I have them, are going to be there, there, in theory there and there, which is long, and then there, there. Yeah, it would be cool for the network to be a powered entity instead of consuming fuel, absolutely. I don't know how much Factorio knows about rail networks, and if... Because, like, saying, like, I want to add power consumption to stations, like, isn't too bad, but then how do you... Can you do that in Lua without needing to do like a whole bunch of per tick calculations that are going to make everybody's megabases cry. Or would it really require like developer support? All right. So if this is there and there, do I have space now, or did I just recreate exactly the same setup that I had in the other place? Okay, good. I can actually do like a proper... I say proper, but like... I want to come into each of these like that. Like that. And then like that. And then all that is left, so you can go north, you can go right, is being able to go left. And that is going to be... You code it so that all stations with a train encounter consume power. Train blocks break at powered rail-to-rail transition. Yeah. Yeah, but I guess the trick is making sure that, like, you know, can you track that a rail is part of a network that has a powered station in a reasonably efficient way, was what I was thinking. Hey, Starfighter. Anyway, clover leaves are bad, and I shouldn't be doing this, but I also don't feel like doing a diverging diamond. So I wonder if the issue is instead of trying to do a 3 wide... Maybe I want to go for 4 smaller segments instead of... 3 smaller segments instead of 2 bigger segments. Because this does still feel snug, and I know that this is still a huge blueprint, but like... Oh, this is what I wanted. How big is this? Yeah. 80 by 80? It's big. Or I guess 68 by 68. So the grid is 64 by 64, because there's overlap on either side. Or 62 by 62, maybe, is the... whatever. I mean, I could also say no left turns and just do this, right? And like, yeah, I have to build turnarounds strategically, but this has no, this has no conflicts, right, as a design. So, like, if this is my base intersection, and I can, you know, just eliminate, I'd probably want to still do a T, make like a trumpet design, and that would have the ability to make left turns across it. Probably. Because that would just simplify things a lot. But if I say, you know, anywhere there's a 4-way intersection, then we just need to figure out how to have a reasonable turnaround. Although having trains go out of their way to find turnarounds when I have spoilage is Not a great proposition, is it? Make it a full cloverleaf. Yeah, I was trying to avoid making a full cloverleaf, honestly, for a couple of reasons. One being that cloverleafs are just bad, like, in principle. But I could. I could definitely make it a full cloverleaf. How tight can I get with this? Oh, yeah, that would work. And then it's only when the player does construction. So you might have a little bit of a lag spike fest then if you have like bots building a huge train network all at once. But otherwise it would probably be okay. Yeah, that could work. Just cache the storage so you don't have to check it every frame. I don't know, my Factorio... Yeah, exactly. My Factorio modding skills are mediocre at best, so I don't really know what I'm talking about. I'm just speculating, to be clear. Yeah, as long as the destination count is at least when the train has power, and then that only has to be updated somewhat frequently, not every frame. All right, let's see if I can figure out how to make this a full-blown cloverleaf without making myself super sad. Because the issue is that I need to get to, like... I feel like I need to make this bigger if I'm going to make it a full-blown cloverleaf. Is the problem. That is the thing that I have been trying to avoid. I guess it's fine if it's bigger. But... Alright, let's start over. Again. My refusal to use anyone else's blueprints is going to turn this episode from, oh, I'm going to make solder, to, oh, I'm going to play with trains all day. Not that I mind playing with trains. I like trains. It's just not what I was planning on doing. Okay. So let's try again. I don't want to do full-length segments if I'm going to make it longer. Or full-length segments of... Sorry, the power poles. So the question then is, how do we want to try to align power poles? So again, we're going to have signals, and we're going to start like here, bop, bop. And then I do these at exactly 3. 1, 2, 3. How wide is this now? $60. Okay, so this is smaller. If I make it one more of those wide, then... What are we up to here? 76. That is just a little bit wider than the other one, but it might be wider enough. I think the problem with this spacing is that we're not going to find Yeah, so this lines up at a multiple of 3 of these, which is how I had done it before. Does it actually line up perfectly? It does. This lines up perfectly, but it's too narrow. But I guess if I accept that this needs to be 1, also, did I really mess that up? Did I mess up my spacing? That's left. Or sorry, the right side. The right side, the right side, the right side. Okay, it's just this end that's wrong. Okay. Wonder if you can make Factorio support a GregTech query power networks. People have done it. I don't know how, again, like UPS efficient they are. But I also think if you just wanted to, like, play with it and not go totally crazy megabase, there's no reason you couldn't do it. And it's not going to be that, it's not going to be the most efficient thing in the whole wide world, but it's also not going to be terrible. I think people sometimes worry a little bit over too much about UPS, myself included. All right, I'll have to figure out exactly where I need to break this, like, blueprint into grid. But if we say that the center is here, and we just take this part, and we realize that we have somehow messed up? How is this possible? Oh, yep, because I left in... This is why we prefer DHL to UPS. Maybe on your side of the ocean, but on mine, DHL is a major, major pain in the butt. Okay, right. I already did this. I'm literally redoing designs that I've done before. I'm losing my mind. One option, remove the power supply radius, make power generators with their app and volt behavior to the network. Yeah. Yeah, doing it with the, doing it with the power, or with the circuit network actually makes a lot of sense, right? Because you can push out a bunch of signals, you know, of how many amps are being produced and consumed, right? And that's just literally what circuit does. It adds together numbers. Producers make number go up, consumers make number go down. And as long as it's positive, then everything connected to the network has power. And then you would have, like, signals. If you wanted to do, like, GregTech style voltage tiers, you would just have a signal for each tier. And buildings just have to see if they have, you know, signals for the right voltage tiers, etc. That could work. Yeah. Each demand source equals negative amps, and if you have the wrong sets of voltages, then things get sad. But that's okay. I have already forgotten what I was doing here and completely lost track. Let's try this for a third time. My brain cells are not happy with trying to build a rail network today, apparently. Yeah. I think the more amps pushed through than expected would be hard to figure out because of how circuits work. I don't think you can track like all the individual ins and outs, unless you wanted to have it be two different signals, right? And you could do that. You could have a production signal and a consumption signal, and effectively have like a decider combinator. Yeah. Yeah, they need to have some arithmetic and decider combinator behavior behind the scenes. Yep. All right, ad breaks are starting. I'm going to try one more time to figure out how I want to layer up this stupid train network, because, again, my brain's not cooperating. I'm just trying to get my block size sorted out, so I'm going to play with it a bit while the ad runs. And, see everybody when they return. Okay, I think this is what I want. Welcome back from the ad break, everybody. I am still having trouble with basic geometry. But I think I've got it figured out now. I really do. Okay. I think this is my unit, and I need it to be, like, 5 wide. So to, like, here. And then the question is... can I position this such that I have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, half. 1, 2, 3 and a half. Okay, so it goes there. And then is there a position where this will connect on both sides? Yes, there's lots of them. And this is my incredible way of putting something halfway between two things. How is that an odd number? Does it have to be an odd number? I guess it does. Let me double check this on the other side and make sure that I'm not offset. It's annoying that it's an odd number. Okay. But that's fine. They'll just be slightly kicked out. There. There. And then this should now be somewhere in between some of the other sizes that I got. If I did this right. How wide are we? 92. Okay, that's reasonable. And hopefully also, if I rotate this, it aligns to this center power pole. Okay. Mission successful. This is the grid. 92, or, well, 80, whatever. 91, because there's overlap? I'm not sure. No, 90. Yeah, these two come off, or one comes off of each side, depending on how you want to think of it. So it's a 90 by 90 design. Not chunk-aligned, or whatever Factorio calls them, but you know what? It's fine. And then inside this, I can pull all of these away and build the actual intersection. This only took me, like, what, half an hour to fight through getting this to work? Up and over, up and over, up and over, up. Actually, I might want to pull the ups sooner. Because even though that means a longer bridge, it might work better with the cloverleaf parts to have it come off high and then come down low. I'm going to think about that while I'm building this. But we grab this from its position, like so. See, I think this is where we actually want to do this more by hand. We want to come out and let it, like, do that. There we go. That just gives me more space to work with in the middle. And then if I take that section, can I get that rail without getting the... No, I can't. Yeah, and we can't copy the rail signal side, of course. All right. That is moderately symmetrical. You know what I could actually have done? Let me undo this so that I'm using the same piece for everything. Issue was that these don't line up. That's okay. Left and right don't have to be... Like, if I move this side to always come down here, right? There. Is that right? Down travel the... Yeah. I think that's what I want. Is that rotationally symmetric? We're coming through here, we rotate right. Coming through here, well, we rotate left. Yes. Okay. Now that's actually copied and pasted and is fully symmetric. So what have we got? We've got all the right turns. Now we need the left turns. So this side needs to be able to come up, over, and down to this rail. And this is where I was like, maybe it's easier if we're already elevated. No, that's going to be one further up. Of course it does. Yeah. Yep, I still hate cloverleafs. Oh, no, because I'm doing it backwards. Because I'm being smart and I'm trying to do my diverge before my merge, but that's just not how a cloverleaf... see? We still don't have enough space. That's what I was afraid of. Okay. But... here's the question. If I bring these all the way down, and I put the rail ramps as close as I can, do I have the space to do this with, like, elevated rails in some way now? Okay, well, first things first, these are too far away. What about there? Missing... well, yes, I'm missing rails. I know I'm missing rails. There we go. Yep, okay, and then I gotta do this again to... that is fine. Okay. And with that up there, can I get this looped around and connected back to this system without too much hassle? I suspect the answer is no, but... you know, we can try. Because now we have elevation on our side. And actually, now I'm like, this stupid swirly do that I made. I was trying to save room on the inside for the loop. Now I think I want the opposite. Because I need room for supports and stuff. And unfortunately, that conflicts with all right, let's do this again with the rail ramps as far away as possible, knowing that I will need a different alignment of supports because the middle is just slightly too long of a stretch. So if I take the supports and I put them like here and here, this is going to have to change. That's okay. Whoops, did I do that up here too? All right. Now, let's try again to get a rail ramp somewhere. Will that work? Can I, like, merge from here, or is that too close? That works. Okay. We might got this. We might be uncooked. Believe it or not. Oh, yeah. We are... All right, and let's just, like, take all of this apart. All of this apart. And then I should be able to do, like, rotate twice. And drop that in. What do you mean too close to existing rail signal? Don't necessarily... Oh, because that was wrong. Okay, yeah. This one should be here. And also here. Right? Yes. And then in the other direction, it's more differenter, but still the same. So, like, if I take these rails, and I flip them horizontally, and I figure out where they need to be relative to this part. Actually, if I take all my signals off, I can flip, right? It's just the signals that can't be flipped. So, like, if I take this... Yeah, okay, this works fine. there. And there. I think, does it technically go outside of its bounding box on the very edge here? Ooh, maybe not even. Can I just, like, draw a line of, oh, that's marsh. Yeah. Oh, it's in its bounding box even. Beautiful. This is an abomination. I mean, it's in line with the spaghetti base and all, but it is an abomination. I could probably compress it a little bit, but honestly, it's within the bounding box based on the rail block sizes. If I can find my rail block size that I didn't blueprint before I did this. Yes. Yes, I think this is it. Yeah, this is the straight section, but this is before I swapped the thingy things around. So it's 5 rail blocks wide, which is a little ridiculous, but my rail blocks are small because I'm using small trains, and I'm using small trains on purpose because, as I've said, I want to have just lots of tiny trains whizzing around the base. I think that will be fun. And also with CyberSyn and the way it works, I don't think I necessarily want big trains. All right, let's get this thing signaled up. I also just need a bunch of rails, I think, for it to... Yeah, I just don't have enough rails. All right. I'm going to go grab some more rails first, because it's easier to do the signals when the rails are built, because, unfortunately, Factorio doesn't do rail blocks for ghost rails. If there is a mod to do rail blocks for ghost rails, I would love to know about it. I would super use that mod when I'm designing things. Well, that's probably not enough rails. What does it need? Solder? Always solder. What do I need to make rails? A bunch of tin. Tin I have in abundance, though. Just gonna mash some lead and tin together in my hands and make solder myself. That's how that works, right? Everyone can just crush lead and tin together to make solder in their hands? Normal human behaviors? Where is this build? I've already lost it. That was really it? That was all the rails I had? Alright, well. I can signal it up in sections and then do it, So, chain in. Anytime we have space for a full train, and by a full train I mean an entire train, not a train that is completely packed with stuff, I can still do a rail out, right? I can rail out here because you can fit a 2-long train along this section. And then chain in. If I drop a train here, can you fit a 2? Oh yeah, easily. Easily you can fit a 2 2-long train here. Okay. So yeah, we can do rail out here as well. See, and this is why trying to do this without all the rails built is hard. I'm erasing segments where I know I won't need to signal them so that they can put the rails where I actually need them. What do you do with these? You know what? If I just put this back together and stop being silly about it. All right, how many rails do I actually need here? Like 100? Maybe? Let's see what I've got up here with this thing running. I should have at least some lead plates. Yeah, lots. And I can make a whole 20 rails from that. Now what do I need? What am I missing? Iron for bolts? No, I'm missing treated wood. Okay. Treated wood is easier to get. We're a couple yaks deep on actually getting molten solder set up because I decided I wanted to do it on the rail network. There's no reason it has to be on the rail network. I could have just set it up as part of the belt base, but, you know. $20, $44, $58, $70, and I've only got 4 in my inventory right now. That's not great. And this poor little solder machine's running as fast as it can, but more lead. All right, well, I'm just going to keep grabbing the stuff to handcraft this, unfortunately. It's not my favorite thing in the whole wide world, but it'll just be easier to get the signaling done with. Let's see, 24, 48, 52 plus 10, 62, 74, 82, 96, 102. This might be enough. All right, let's get back there. Let's get that all signaled up. Do I have enough chain signals? Maybe, maybe not, but I can build a bunch more. Yeah, I really wish it was easier to work with signals on rail ghosts. Again, if anybody knows a mod to make working with signals on rail ghosts easier, I would love to hear about it. Because normally Factorio just, like, treats the ghosts as if they don't exist when you're trying to figure out your signal positioning, and it is very, very frustrating. Because, like, up here, I'm trying to do my, like, signals, like, through, and it just doesn't really... I'm actually going to pull that one out. I can add at least some of these, right? We're going to have rail out. Rail out. That'll be a chain in. See, this again, I can't put the rail out where I want it here for this segment because it's... All right, and then chain in here, there, here, and here. Fly hacking? It's not hacking. That's the Power Armor Mark II from my Quick Start mod. Mostly, it flies all the time because with... And if I had realized it was going to interact with this in this way, and I don't think I realized the power armor in this quick start mod had flight, but it interacts with alien biomes, right? Because the sand in alien biomes slows you down, and it detects that I'm on a surface that slows me down, and it decides to fly instead, which is weird and interesting, and I suspect was implemented in the game for, like, the swamps on Gleba. I mean, it's cool that it does that, but, yeah. It is kind of weird. Yeah, all gaps and hazards. Yeah, I guess it counts as a hazard or something, but... I don't know. I'm kind of inclined to turn flight off. As much as it's nice that it flies over buildings and stuff, what I find is that it's inconsistent once you start paving. Because when you're walking, the pavement speeds you up, but then when you're flying, it doesn't. So you end up with this really jerky motion that I'm sure y'all have noticed sometimes on my... I do need to pave the base. That I agree with. I have some concrete. I'm working on it. It's a big base. Logistics content, 36,000 concrete. Yeah. I mean, I guess I could just put my half a dozen construction bots to use, right? And oh, my 1 dozen construction bots. And just drop down an order for pavement everywhere. Using HPF, HPF high-pressure furnaces? I'm confused. I'm not sure what you're asking. Oh, the steel-making thing. Sorry, let me get in here. After Psi 1... So for steel, this is the same steel that I've always had. It's just upscaled. I just switched to coal power plants instead of burners for my heat, because the burners don't get hot enough to keep things this, like, distance. To keep the words that I'm trying to say. This drops below the operating temperature, right? These need to be at least 500, and burners are only like 600. Yeah. So these are the foundries, which make steel. They can be used for... So I switched to casting, so I'm doing liquid iron when I can. I pretty much do not use... You can use foundries, I think, for a lot of... Yeah, you can use them for all of your plates with heat instead of providing fuels to your... But I think the conversion doesn't work out. I think it's either equal or you're better off just burning the fuels in your normal brick furnaces. But I have been upgrading to wherever it does make sense to do so, and I have access to fuel, and especially in, like, smaller builds for some ores, like down here where my nickel... Nope, those ones are... Yeah. I didn't end up doing that for iron. I kept iron as it was on solid fuel until I got it up to a molten iron. But I did start using liquid furnaces in some new builds, and I'm trying to find one as an example, and now I can't find one. Maybe lead? Where's lead? Yeah, here we go. Lead is running on gas furnaces. And gas furnaces are definitely worth it because you're gonna have a bunch of gasoline and whatever else to burn, so they're great. But I don't think using foundries is worth it unless it really helps your layout to centralize the fuel consumption in the power plants. And like early on, I don't remember when you get coal power plants, but like when your only heat source is the burners, it's not a great layout, and you have to keep the burners pretty close. Yeah. I way overbuilt my hot air, by the way. This system will never ever run at full capacity. It's ridiculous. But it's also kind of a tailings factory that happens to make hot air on the side, so. But yeah, I don't think the advanced foundries are worth it for most of your smelting. I think they're the ones that where you have to use them, like for steel, you have to use them. And then all the like duralumin stuff, not there, is made in, here we go, whatever these are called, the smelters. And these ones, I don't think you can, yeah, these ones you can only run like the specific recipes in. You can't use these for everything. Are these two both just working still? They're both working still. All right. Oh, I'm still short? Really? Thought I would have enough. But yeah, definitely gas furnaces are worth it when you can. No question in my mind that gas furnaces are 100% worth it. Oh. 34 entities are missing the materials for construction. 54 rails? Okay. Oh, because some of these count as more than one rail. They're one entity, but they're two rails, aren't they? Because of how long the curved pieces are. I forgot about that. That's why my math didn't math. All right. So I got to build another, like, 60 rails. Yay. My favorite. It does. It turned out great. I just, like I said, I wish there was better tooling to work with signals on ghost rails, because this is kind of frustrating having to, like, wait until I have enough rails for this whole thing. Oh, what I should do also, while I'm thinking about it, or not thinking about it as the case may be, the titanium and tin in here I should bring out and smelt. What are you? You're tin. Titanium ore, and then those guys can go right there. All right, I need one more of these furnaces, and I need to figure out fuel. I should have my liquid fuel pipe around somewhere. That's fish oil. Swear I've got my pipe around here. I mean, I've got other stuff around that I can use as liquid fuels. Like, I can just leach off the... Well, not the hot coke oven gas, but I could leach off the... Oh, I'm already leaching off the coke oven gas here for something. Oh, to make these. Okay, then yes, that's exactly what I'm going to do, is I'm going to keep using the coke oven gas. There we go. And now I just need one more gas furnace, which... Do I not have those in my requests? I don't. I do think I build them. They're just not in my... Not that my requests are ever fulfilled. My Logibots are... struggling. Alright, let's see what we got here. Miners... Inserters, pipes, pumps. Maybe I don't have gas furnaces on here. What do they need? Oh, they need the refined concrete. Do I make them down next to refined concrete? I would believe that that's something that I would do. No. But I can grab this stack of refined concrete, and then I can just make them on demand. All right. And then back up here. Oh, and these don't need to be Logi chests because this isn't on the network yet. I was just thinking it would be convenient to have plates running, but there we go. And that should keep this from backing up quite as much with all these materials. And then I can just grab tin whenever I want. Or not, as the case may be. And then for a T intersection... I should be able to do like a trumpet or something like that. I think that would work fine. And then a curve is just a curve. And then I just need to blueprint those. I need to make sure they're all set up on the grid correctly so that I can drag and drop them. The blueprint grid, one of the great 2.0 features that... A trumpet intersection, well, you'll see it when I build it. Trumpet interchange. I mean, it looks like a trumpet. It's kind of like a quarter of a clover leaf. Because you only need, the roads to go in a certain direction, you'll end up with... I'm trying to visualize it before I actually have it built. Still not enough? Still not enough? How many more rails do we need? Yeah. I don't think they're super common in Europe. I've seen a million of them in the States, but... It's a little bit simpler than, like, a quarter of a clover leaf, but it's kind of just a quarter of a clover leaf. Because you don't have one of your paths out, you get some better... a trumpet, you've probably have... Well, maybe not. depending on what country you're in. But you'll also sometimes see what's called a jug handle, which is basically a trumpet, but it's at grade with a traffic light instead of bridges over the top. And I'm sure that has other names in other parts of the world as well. Alright, I only need to collect enough stuff to make, like, 20 more. Oh, what I should actually do, now that I'm thinking about it, is like, oh, here I'm making this, like, stuff. I should pull out the other stuff. Maybe not. Lead would be nice to have up here. I have aluminum and iron and copper all in chests. I don't have a chest with lead in it up here. So maybe I do just want to do... The elevation is reversed, but it is a trumpet. Yep. I mean, which end goes up is one of those things that actually doesn't matter for most interchanges. Which is kind of weird to think about, but I am going to really embrace the spaghetti here, and I do not apologize. Yeah, that'll be fine. It'll only stack up to 100, but I don't really have a spot to output the... Maybe I do just want to move it then. Maybe that is nature's way of telling me to cool it with the spaghetti a little bit and do this better. And then output right there. And I do want to limit these chests now that I think about it, because I want to be able to just control click them on my way by. And if they have more than a couple stacks, I can't do that. Okay, cool. Hopefully this is enough now. 10, 20, plus 15 in my inventory. I thought I had enough 3 times already, but we'll see. Okay, I think we do actually have everything we finally need. So. Chain in, rail out, chain in, rail out, rail out. All right, and here, chain in, rail out. Okay, so that's all the entrance segments, and we can see everything else is still one big segment, and that is wrong. So let's keep going. Chain in, chain in, chain in, chain in, Chain in, chain in. And then down on this side, yeah, rail out, rail out, rail out, rail out. Sorry, I'm like repeating my mantra. Chain in, rail out, chain in, rail out. Because if I don't say it, I'm going to get it backwards, and then my trains are going to crash, and I'm going to be sad. I'm treating all of this as one block in the middle here, because it's really too short to do otherwise. This loop I can probably actually split into a couple of segments. There's no reason you can't have more than one train doing the loop-to-loop. But I will check that in a moment. Okay, so here, chain in, chain in. These need to be... Oh, this has a chain in. Right. The question was, can I fit... Yes, you can fit a whole train before it. Which means... Well, maybe. Let me check. If I do a rail out here, what does this see? You can fit a whole train. It's a little short. I like to see 3, but 2 is enough. Which means that we can treat that as its own segment across the bridge, which is cool. Trains will be able to stop on the bridge. I like that just because it's fun. And then same thing here. We can rail out, rail out, rail out, and we have the chain in for the elevated rail there. All right. Grab another signal and look at my segments. Something is not right. Oh, chain in. So that's at the wrong spot. Rail out. There we go. I think this looks mostly right, and then it's just a question of, like, how many, you know, segments do I want to split these things into, because I can have multiple trains along here and multiple trains along the loops. I should do that. I should also... Boy, let me find my just, like, straight line segment again. Is this it? This is it, but it's from before I adjusted the signals, but that's okay. Which way did I say they are? They're close when you're traveling right. So this one goes there. And... there. Eh? That side, that side, that side, that side. So this should be this side. That. What did I do? Yeah. There. There. Oh, I was just offset somewhere. Okay. Yeah, now they line up. Okay. Why did I need this? Oh, because I wanted to see how long one of these segments was, but I don't actually have the rails to build it, so I don't get to find out. Okay. I'm going to blueprint this for now. Snap to grid. The grid size is 90 by 90, right? Because we have... Yeah. because the bottom piece is the same piece as the top piece, right? They need to overlap. An absolute, I don't really care about. I guess I could just make it relative, and then it'll always be relative to whatever I build. Like... just do it relative for now. I can always make it absolute later. All right, cloverleaf done. That is, well, not quite done. I should add more signals to the doodly-doos, but I can paste this down and change that. Let's make a blueprint book. You're going to... I mean, that's it, right? We have a cloverleaf. Done. Done. So now I should be able to take this whole thing apart and use these parts to build other parts of the network and get them all blueprinted as well. All right. What I wanted to see here was, okay, so like 2 and some change is apparently what I ended up with on this. Not quite the 3 that I wanted. Oh, that's right. I couldn't do the 3 that I wanted for reasons. Cannot insert... Oh, yeah, that is a very full inventory. Don't worry, we'll fix that. All right, so we're going to do this again, except this time we're going to get rid of the whole top section. And let's see if I can vaguely remember how to do this. So I think with a trumpet, we don't need quite as much space around it as you do in other intersection types. So I'm going to put this like as close as I can here. These 2 limbs are the same as the cloverleaf. And then... yes, traffic going this way can go down. Traffic going this way doesn't need to go up because there is no up. Traffic going this way needs to be able to go down, and that's one of the arms of the trumpet. And then traffic going this way needs to be able to go there. So, I just take a couple of elevated rail supports. This, connect through here. Yes. Okay. All right, so traffic going up. Oh, ad brake is starting momentarily. I am going to step away and use the opportunity to take care of myself, get some more water, use the restroom, etc. I recommend everyone else do the same, stay hydrated, all that. The loop is huge. The loop is huge because it has to loop around the rail ramp. It's just the way the ramps work in Factorio. You can't ramp arbitrary train segments. All right. Everyone enjoy the ad break. I shall return in a moment. Welcome back. It just turned Pi Day. Yep. Oh, yeah. So you're Central European time? 9 hours ahead right now? Okay. What if we start further south and curve the other direction? So you're thinking like come up here and do like a... I kind of get what you're saying. Yeah, UTC +2, because it's summertime. Yep. So you're saying, like, bring this in, like... here. And then I gotta figure out what to do with the other side. I also need to put a chest down and get rid of some crap. Okay. And then if we take... What do we want? We want something to come off of this and into here, and then off of this and into here. So let's start with this one. This is the easiest. We're going to lift this up kind of as close as we can to the actual intersection. I don't think this is quite okay yet. Nope. Oh, so close. Come on. There we go. Okay. And then this should basically just like... Ooh. That can't reach this. This radius is slightly wrong. Look at that. You can come into... Oh, nope. We can make it work. We can make it work. We can make it work. Okay. We just have to make some adjustments. That's the wrong connection. If this... You're absolutely right. This is the wrong connection. Thank you. Okay, so I want it to go here. And that's easy, in theory. But now the problem is I've got to get this one. Which normally you would do... Let's do that one first. What did I just hit? Oh, I know what I just hit. I may have just hit Windows key D instead of Alt D and minimized all my crap. I'm having a special day today. Okay. So yeah, everything that I just did except the other way around, right? Because this is the first loop that we want to bring in. We go up and over. Wherever that needs to go. One more. Yeah, there we go. That's what I want. That. Okay. And then same as before, this isn't quite going to want to reach, right? I'm going to have to do some shenanigans to make this, like... Yeah. So that looks great. And then this needs to, like, loop around. Yeah, the second connection is always going to cause some trouble, but, like, I think we can do something like that. And maybe, like, because if this comes in, like, here... Wait. This is... Oh, yeah, I'm backwards, aren't I? I want this one... God, I am struggling today. I'm on the struggle bus. Yeah, so this one would come to, like, here. And then the problem now is that this one has to get to here. And normally you would do that with a loop, right? The loop would be on the inside of this one. And then we're right back to what I had before, aren't we? Where if I, like, take this piece... flip it horizontally, put it down wherever. Could put one of the tracks on the ground and go left-hand drive for a few meters. Yeah, that might work. So if I flip this, and I want to do like a... just like the other one. I'm going to use some of the same support structures as the other one, just for, like, my own sanity. But this comes into, like, here. That's as close as it can get. And then this circle is exactly what I had before, isn't it? And then this side, though, can actually come off on the ground. If I do this here... That's not awful. I mean, it's not great, but it's not awful. The pretzel. Yeah, the pretzel interchange. The other option, if I go... One second, let's delete some of this. Maybe I need to just try to do this on ground level on this side. So if I take this piece here, can I please get the support? And then I go from here and I say, please connect in wherever you can, like that. And then I take this one and I say, please connect in wherever you can, like that. Nope, they're going to crisscross. Yeah. We just don't quite have the turning radius here, do we? Well, maybe I can make it do it, and I just have to do it a little more manually. Ooh. This might work. This legitimately might work. I think that is a real trumpet interchange. I did it. I achieved the trumpet. Where's my milestone? Good thing trains don't have mirrors. Yes. All right. So this is going to be... same thing. Let's make this blueprint. Trumpet, snap to grid. The grid size is 90 by 90. Going to start relative by now. And what do I need for my offset to make this work? -6? Yeah. I think that is correct. If I check in... the clover leaf, yeah, it's the bottom and the right, and same on the trumpet. Cool. And then I just need to make a straight section and a curved section. Okay. Oh, I didn't signal the trumpet. Let's delete that then. Okay. Let's get it properly signaled in here. All right. Chain in. Rail out, rail out. That's rail out already. Chain in, chain in, chain in. Rail out, rail out. All the way down here. Rail out. Chain in, chain in. Remove the internal signals because they are certainly wrong. All right, down here. Chain in. Rail out, rail out. And rail out. Chain in, chain in. Why is this not... Oh, this isn't quite connected. I'm gonna say, why are my signals looking weird here? All right, I think that looks right. Right? I mean, these both ended up pink, but they are on separate segments. You can see there's the two little blue ones where they merge. That's A for effort there, game. Yeah, I think this is signaled correctly. Again, I could have more through signals on all of these to have more trains, but I could also have done that on the first one, and I didn't. So, once again, we're going to do this. Trumpet, snap to grid, grid size of 90 by 90. What did I say? -8? Yeah. Oh, and get rid of that. Everything else looks correct. Create. Cool. And then, yeah, this is just a straight segment, which needs to be blueprinted. Does this one have the corrected... This does look like it has the corrected right-hand drive signaling that I set up. Cool, cool, cool. Snap to grid, relative 90 by 90. And your Y offset is... Does that look right? I mean, they're all set relative, so actually this doesn't matter. I don't need the height of this one to be 90. But... Oh, I lost a power pole in the middle of the trumpet. I need to fix that and re-blueprint it. Oh, and the one up top. Ooh. Not that the one up top necessarily matters, but there we go. Let us re-blueprint and get the updated trumpet done. Snap to grid, relative 90 by 90. Now it wants minus 10. Okay. Create that. So if I look at that, the flag is kind of right in the middle of the thingy. Straight is off a little bit. If I go into the blueprint book and look at the cloverleaf, yeah, the flag is right there. So this is correct. This one I need to tweak. Minus 40. Okay. And now I think the last thing that needs to be done is... a curved section, which is relatively straightforward. Oh no, I accidentally... oh no, I didn't accidentally delete that. Okay. All right, this comes basically as far up as it can. Like that. Nine, 10. All right. I think that is a corner. It's not the prettiest corner. Let's fix the corner. Is the issue that... oh, the issue is that it'll touch the power pole if I don't cut closer. Oh, never mind then. It's fine. Okay. That is a corner. And again, snap to grid, 90 by 90, relative. There we go. Corner. And remove that from it. Save. Move that. Save. All right. Now, I should be able to just grab this blueprint book and flip through the sections that I might need. Yep. All right. Let's leave another dump chest behind because that's just the kind of person I am feeling like being today. All right, that is all of this done. Finally. Oh, that only took me 2.5 hours to build a basic rail book. Doesn't even have stations on it yet. The existing network that I built here testing Cybersyn is obviously not going to be totally correct for this. And that is not ideal, and I will have to fix it. Those rail segments will have to get redone. But what I will try to do is rebuild them sort of from the blueprint book basically in place. So like I'll start with like one of the corners like here, and then I will, you know, this corner probably won't fall in quite the right place and right into here, right, where I wasn't following the grid. But I'll start with like this setup through here. This is all totally custom at the depot, but it's fine. It gets the job done. It is... Really, it's just a really screwed up trumpet, is what it is. Mars or Marts 06, welcome in. Where am I? What am I looking for? I do need to go rejigger all of those rails to use the new blueprints. But what I also want to do is I want to get large power poles going, because I don't think I did yet. Did I? I don't think so. Because I have niobium coming in here, right? And it comes in... Oh yeah, I made fast inserters. I haven't made big electric poles yet. Concrete, steel, niobium, and tinned cable. Where am I making tinned cable? Over here. Am I making enough tinned cable? Probably. The Greg Tech of Factorio. It's been fun. I have always enjoyed Pyanodons. And hard mode, particularly, is fun without the voids for everything, for all the byproducts. So it's been really interesting to kind of actually have to think through, like, how do I balance my factory? I can't just, you know, I can't just dump my useless coal gas into the atmosphere like a... Yeah, the spaghetti monster is well fed. This is all the way up through logistics science in a 100% belt base. I didn't even use caravans. I used like 2 caravans. Gave up and played ATM 10 is I'm a little more partial to ATM 9 just because it has Greg Tech in it, and I like to suffer. But, yeah, Space Age, I never quite finished, and it's not because Space Age is bad, but it's because why play Space Age when I can play Pyanodons? So I sort of, quality burned you out? Yeah, I can see that happening. I like the idea of quality, but I'm not sure the implementation is 100% where it should be. I don't think I want to try to use this tinned cable factory. I will find another spot for some more tinned cable to go. Yeah, this has hot air. That is true. Okay, big electric poles. Concrete, steel, niobium, tinned cable. I've got niobium here. I think I'm bringing concrete up somewhere. Is this concrete? This is concrete. Factorio is very, very easy to mod. That is one of the benefits, I think, of Factorio modding versus Minecraft is like, I can easily just like pop open my text editor and make changes to any of the mods I'm using compared to like the hassle involved with all the Java crap for Minecraft. But the docs are really good for Factorio mods, and yeah, Lua is not my favorite language. Like, I come from a C++ background, so you can imagine how I feel about Lua. But, it gets the job done. Yeah, indexes start at 1. That's the one thing that KerboScript has over Lua is that indexes at least start at 0. I still keep thinking that I am going to write my own programming language for KOS, though. It's KerboScript is just so frustrating to me. No, that stuff is super powerful. And a lot of the fundamentals of like the virtual machine, like under the hood, are all pretty sane. It's just the language itself. Like all right, there's concrete. Here's whatever this is, niobium. You know, if I could have KerboScript with like static variable checking instead of runtime, and you know, you can't get away from it being mostly dynamically typed at certain interface boundaries because the virtual machine is dynamically typed. A proper LSP. Yeah. The IntelliJ plugin that I'm using is like bare minimum syntax highlighting. Concrete. What is this? Oh, is this refined concrete? Did I just drag over entirely the wrong flippin' belt? This is fine. Steel here, I will do. I'm gonna finish hooking up the rest of this, and then I will figure out my concrete belt. I don't want to deal with it. Okay, and then, oh right, the tinned cable and the... I need to fix the concrete because this is just the wrong belt. Let's grab a... Let's just grab a provider chest, I guess. And that'll drain that. Let me go back to where I split it. There we go. So now the question is, do I have non-refined concrete? And also, why is the refined concrete belt so empty? Okay, we're still making refined concrete. It's just slow. I'm okay with that. The answer appears to be that no, I don't actually push regular concrete anywhere. Yeah. ERP, oh yeah, ERP stuff. I've managed to avoid that in my career so far, but very I don't know. I think one ERP person with all their GUIs can make a lot more value to an organization sometimes than a a dozen systems programmers, right? If you're actually solving the problems. SAP is fine. This is... I want to be going up here. Okay. So I actually probably want to try to take the concrete over here. Yeah, exactly. I think my experience with the people I've known that are sort of specialists in ERP stuff is that they are very good at working with other people and understanding what they actually need solved, and like I said, some of the most productive software developers that I know have been ERP guys. I do not enjoy that stuff personally. You know, I don't want to be knee deep in SAP, but you know, maybe there's a reason that I'm not working a day job right now and burning through my savings trying to make the streaming thing work, right? It's because the software industry is not my favorite. Talking to programmers because you didn't go to school for coding, so you use end user terms. Yeah. And that's like, I don't know. Like, on the one hand, yeah, in some conversations, knowing the technical lingo is useful. On the other hand, I've known plenty of programmers that are intentionally obtuse with their terminology, not because it's helpful for the current communication, but just as a, you know, way to prove that they're smarter than everyone else, and that's not particularly useful. You shouldn't have to know all the words. At a previous job, there was a person who made a point every time someone dropped an acronym in an all-hands meeting without explaining it, they would stand up and ask what the acronym meant, even though most of the time, most of us probably knew it, but just the principle of making sure that we're, like, communicating clearly and not, not leaving people out because they don't feel like they can ask, right? I'm actually going to change this. I'm going to make this one of these. I'm going to have to reroute some fluids. That's okay. But will this go under here? Yeah. It just saves me having to try to route. Yeah, I could see that being a little more challenging in an interview setting than necessarily in just a day-to-day work setting. All right. Try this again. Power poles. Concrete is coming, and I just need to bring up tinned cable, which I just said I didn't want to make at the other place, so we're gonna do it down here. This looks like a great place to make tinned cable. Copper cable is 2 to 4. Okay. Oh, actually... Fast inserters? Question mark? Yeah, I think, your options for that, for building a warehouse mod like that, would be to either... Yeah, agreed. Communicating with non-IT people is seriously useful. And very undervalued by a lot of people. What was I saying? Trying to do an AE-like thing, like, you can have inventories in anything. I know Factorio gets a little bit sad if your inventories are too big, but, like, I don't think you necessarily have to present the inventory UI to the user. It would mostly be about the, like, filtering and the, presentation layer, I guess, right? Compared to just, like, I mean, do I have a warehouse on me right now? Probably not. What do I need? Just some steel. You know, there's the warehouse here from Pyanodons. And this one is smaller than they usually are because this is Pyanodon's hard mode. But, like, it can get pretty big. But, like, linking the inventories and keeping track of... Well, I guess if you're linking inventories and keeping track of what's in all of them, you're basically just using the Logi network, aren't you? Could you have chests that are effectively in the logistics network but aren't providing, and then your script says when you want to pull an item out of an interface, you kind of just teleport it through the Logi network from one device to another? That could work. I don't know. I'm not super familiar how the storage and logistics bits of the Factorio mod API work. It does sound interesting, though. The thing that I really want when I'm playing Pyanodons is I want something like the EMI crafting tree. Because Pyanodons has this thing where, like, your buildings are made from other buildings. Let's see if I can find a good one. Of course, I can't now. But, like, when I'm going out and it's like, I need to build 10 fluid mining drills, you know. So JEI, maybe JEI does it too, but EMI has, which is another, you know, JEI-like replacement. EMI has this cool thing where you can pop open for an item and say, I want to make 10 of these, and then go through all your intermediates and figure out what you need, and sort of build up the whole crafting recipe tree for you to manually go through. And in theory, you don't need that in Factorio, because Factorio does it for you, right? If I want to build this Fluid Mining Drill Mark II, it'll build it. But if I don't have, like, the electric mining drills, or, like, the Fluid Mining Drill Mark I, wherever that is, Mark I, which also takes steam engines and burners and air core inductors, and, like, when I look at this, it tells me down to, like, the raw parts, which is the iron and the copper and the aluminum and whatever, but, like, I don't want to be making all these air core inductors in my inventory. I want to grab them from a chest, right? So I want to be able to just decide at what level my raw, like, resources stop, and in Factorio, that's hard-coded per item, if it should be considered raw or not. And generally, that decision is, can the character craft it? If not, it's raw. If so, then break it down into its component parts. But, like, I want to be able to see, okay, yeah, I need to make this fluid mining drill. What are the things that I need to make the fluid mining drill? What do I need to grab? Okay, I have all the intermediates. And, like, I kind of have to do that by hand right now. I don't know if I explained that very effectively, but... Oops. All right. And then we get 2 a second out. What am I doing? Come on, Brandon. Now I just have to get this routed up to where I need the tinned cable, which I think is going to go over here first. Kind of maybe through here. Commence the spaghetti. Yep. It would not be one of my streams without a just disgusting amount of spaghetti. Oh, not there. Try again. You know, someday soon, there will be less spaghetti. Alright, we still don't have concrete, so my suspicion is that this belt is broken somewhere. Probably a backwards underground? Oh, nope, just a missing belt. Okay. And spider chest. All right, and I think we're going to be limited by the tinned cable here. Even with this assembler running basically full speed, there's only so much we can do. I mean, I guess I can do this. Oh, I wonder if those are faster or if it's faster to do... that. I think that's faster. Well, oh, right, because this also needs to be a fast and... yeah. Duh. There we go. That is making tin cable as fast as it possibly can. Yeah, in theory... yeah, we are still inserter limited here, technically, in between these two. But I can't get any faster than that right now, so... then up here, we're going to need 2 of these going in, because we've got 2 of them coming out. That's how that works. Alright, so we should be building these power poles now about as fast as we can. I'm going to add a stack of them to my requests. Throw some stuff in the trash slots, keep the Logibots busy. All right, well, my plan for new solder build may not come to fruition today. But I am going to work on updating everything here to be aligned with the new grid. So we're going to start by erasing all of that. And we're going to grab our turn blueprint. We're going to put it down. Is there an auto-crimping machine? I mean, I would believe it if there was. Have you seen this game? All right, and then put the loop back on. And then I need to have kind of a standardized station.
Space. Space.
Ah, Mars, thank you for the follow. That's really appreciated. Give me 1 second to wrap this up, and I will get you down in the Wall of Fame. Okay. So one of these segments is like here. So within this, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter how the station, as long as the station is always aligned with, like, I don't know, 2 or 3 of these rail chunks, and I think 3 is probably the right number, then it's fine, right? We just kind of come in. Well, we gotta do this first. But, like, that. That. Oh, that actually fits perfectly there. That looks perfect. Okay. So then, commence the mantra. Chain in. Rail out. Chain in. Rail out. Oh, and thanks for joining the Discord, too. That is always appreciated as well. Okay. This looks right. Is this right? Did I screw this up somehow? Oh, these inner segments are short, so they need to not be there. Cool. That is fine. Shockingly fine. It's impressive that, like, the grid actually managed to align with the doodly-doos. Sorry, that was not. The grid managed to align with where this station already was. That's what I was trying to say. You know, the thing with playing something like Pyanodons live in front of people is that sometimes your brain just turns off. Like, I can only think about 3 or 4 dozen things at once before I just have to give up. Really, I don't need to delete all this rail, do I? I just need to be deleting the signals. Oh well. Whatever. Keep the bots busy. Just let them pick all this up. None of these rail is actually being used. It's just my prototype CyberSyn setup from the other day. I do want these stations to still exist and for them to do things, but it's fine for it all to be temporarily torn down because it is not central to the base. All of science is still running on the... Well, maybe science isn't running. And also, I should be doing useful science and not, like... the things that are running as fallbacks for when I forget to start real science. I don't have any goals. I'm just running whatever science I can run. Let's figure out why the base is stopped. Is it a lack of... Oh, yeah, we burned through all the sodium hydroxide. That's right. Oh, that's right. I did have a reason for building this, because this is a saltwater thingy, and I was going to make a bunch more sodium hydroxide. And then I realized that it would be easier to do all this correctly if I also got sodium hydroxide production here. But then I need to deal with hydrogen and chlorine byproducts and all of that. So I haven't yet. There you go. Welcome to the Wall of Fame. Thanks again for the follow, Mars. I appreciate it. Yeah, a little bit. Well, it's still more unbalanced than it looks, because these two slots are kinda... I guess I could fix that. Alright, there we go. Oh, and Twitch says ad break is starting shortly. I'm gonna keep... well, I'm gonna take my usual break and get some more water, because I don't know where I put my water glass down, and I'm pretty sure I put it down an hour ago. And then when I get back, I'm just gonna keep working on this rail network, so nothing of interest will happen during the ad break. I always try to make sure that nothing of interest happens during the ad break. I do not have cats. I am sadly very allergic to cats, so I do not get to have cats. Alright, I'm going to step away for a moment, and I shall return shortly. All right, I'm back. About 30 seconds left on the ad break before I welcome them back, but as always, a very special hello to the YouTube and Twitch Turbo gang. All right, and then coming into here... Ad break ended. Your community is back. Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully the ads weren't too weird today. I always got to give one little ramble about ads per stream. So Twitch always runs ads, whether they're pre-rolls or I can switch them to run on an interval. I prefer to run them on an interval because it gives me an excuse to take a break, stretch my legs, get some water, and then when I take that break, nothing interesting is happening while the ads run, and then people who come into the stream when things are actually happening don't have to sit and wait through pre-roll ads. They can just see me actually doing things. So I keep the ads aligned with when I am AFK or doing something boring. Alas, once you are an affiliate, ads will always happen. Okay, this is where this gets funky. Coming into this section here, I'm just going to have to... I want to get the power poles running through this, and then I'm going to have to come back through and redo all of the... signals. And then south of here, we can start... Nope, don't delete everything, Brandon. Just the signals. You know what? Let's do this the right way. Let's make a deconstruction planner. Make a deconstruction planner. Just for signals. Now, I don't have to keep rebuilding everything. I think down here I might have to rebuild everything because the chances that this curve is aligned with my grid that I've chosen is 0. Alright, this does have enough room for a train here. How did I end up with 2... Oh, because this is not like my standard spacing, is it? Here, let me get this here. So one of these is like the standard spacing one. There it is. Okay. That's fine, right? Chain in... This is... Let me grab a thing so I can actually see what I'm doing. Yeah, there is a signal up under here, even though it's hard to see. But that needs to be a chain signal if it's not. And it is. Okay. And then up through here... This is probably... Nope, that's a fine size block, actually. As is that. As is that. As is... That one's too short. Okay, so I gotta remove you. And then you're fine. Chain in, rail out, rail out. You're too short. You're fine. And... You are... Can I get a view of that section? You're fine. You're 2 and a little more. Okay. Perfect. And then this one, I did take the time to organize them, or to split the clover leaves. This is a terrible, terrible intersection, but what I should do, and what I'm not going to do, is tear this apart, rebuild it with the trumpet that I just designed, and then have all of these stations coming off of that instead of whatever mess we've got now. But this is built, and I don't want to mess with it, so we're not going to mess with it. Yeah, and this is where... What the actual heck? How is this possible? That they align. I am a god amongst men. Oh. Yeah, I think that I won Pyanodons and I need to stop playing now. That's... There's no way that it aligns on this track, though. That's asking for way too much. But then again, I said there was no way it was going to align. Yeah, yep, we're not going to align here. But we're not off by much, actually. Like, really. That's not bad. In the grand scheme of things, that's not bad at all. Whoops. That's, you know what? From here on out, I just have to delete it all, so... So all this is going to change. Okay. These rail sidings, I might try to leave where they are, or I might rebuild the stations. I should probably rebuild them. Just using the new, copy and paste the one from up top. But I'll leave them for now. And then at the end, down here, we just do another little loop-de-loo, like so. Where do you go? There. Really? All right. And then the rail sidings, the station needs to come from here. And that aligns across like 2 segments. Blueprint with pi tank 15, but they're rotationally identical. Game, why? Why hate me? All right, fine. Do it without the tanks. Can I get the station without the tanks? Yes, I can get the station and the pumps without the tanks. Okay. All right, I think this one goes right there. And then this one needs to go right there. Or one further down, right there. Just do it here. All right, that looks fine. This is wrong. This is wrong because they become too short. That's wrong. On this side, all of our segments just keep on segmenting the whole way. On this side, yep. This becomes 1. That's its own. That's too short. That's too short. And then we're back to the normal pattern. Okay. Now the problem is I need to... Whoops. There's that stop, and then down here... This is a pump out. Copy and paste all of that in. All right. And then this is sitting at 40,000. We're requesting 20. No, we're requesting 19, but our request threshold is 20. So this won't try to run. But if I were to somehow get this to... Oh, this isn't hooked up to the network anymore. Oops, let's fix that. All right, yeah, you're providing lots and lots of saline water. Okay. So... Can I just, like, get this to request by... I mean, the answer is always yes. The question is, how much work does it take? Do I have any tanks? No. Do I have a bunch of pipes that I can make into a tank? Yes. Minus 22, and our threshold is 20. So this should have issued a request. It did! I'm just making sure that I didn't break the system. Not that there's any reason it should have, but, you know. All right, you got your 20,000 that you requested. Do-do-do-do-do-do. And it comes all the way down here. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Oh, and these pumps are in the wrong direction. There we go. And now it only wants 5.1 thousand, but the threshold is 20,000, so it won't do anything. And I'm going to delete these, and that will void some gasoline, and technically that's cheating, and I don't care. Gasoline is not a byproduct that I'm trying to void. Cool. Obviously we still have like a million whatevers. And of course the other thing is that this rail grid is not logistics or bot grid aligned, right? Because that's like... Yeah, the supply area, oh, is 60 by 60, and my grid is 90 by 90? So it's actually 3 of these for 2 of my grid segments. Oh, they do! They are a nice ratio! Oh my god. I'm very happy with this. I'm very satisfied. Now, I guarantee you that my bot grid is not on the... Oh no. Did I screw up? I screwed up. Shoot. This is all wrong. Just fixed it too. Well, we'll find out if it's wrong, actually. It's possible that it's still right, and just right in the wrong way. Nope, it's wrong. Oh, and it's off by 2. Ugh, alright. So all of this... If I just, like, grab all of this... and move it over... like that? Will that line up correctly? With the corner piece? Yes. Okay. Crisis mostly averted. I could cut and paste it. And then I just have to fix down here. Oh, just remove that one entirely. And then segment too short, segment too short. Sorry, I have to do some of this cleanup again because the, because I had to move things around. There we go. All this got cut and pasted over, so it's all fine, other than not having power, probably because I broke power down here. And then this pipe needs to get fixed up again. Perfect. And I have no idea where this pole needs to go. I wasn't paying attention when I removed it. I'll figure it out later. Doesn't matter. Okay. I think this is right now. I hope this is right now. And yeah, I need a bunch of big power poles, which I don't have right now, but that's okay. Cool. This part is done. What I need to do next is set up another station. Because I remembered why I was doing this in the first place. And the reason I was doing this in the first place is that our... Where is it? Our science production is currently limited by our sodium hydroxide, which is limited by our saline water. A bunch of our saline right now comes from here. From... Oh my god, what did I do and how did I do it? Why is there concrete in the stone? Okay, well, we're fixing that. I was going to say a bunch of my saline comes from down there right now, where I'm just turning stone into saline. And in turn, that gets used for my hydroxide. All fine, all totally normal, standard Pyanodon stuff. But apparently, I'm just going to walk up there because I know I'm going to have to make changes. Let's find out what's behind door number concrete. Okay. Fine so far. Fine so far. Still fine. Reasonable. Oh, that was the regular concrete, not the refined concrete. I was just tracing the wrong belt. I'm an idiot. I remain an idiot. Okay, refined concrete comes in up here somewhere, right? Yes. And it is fine through here, which means that it must be somewhere down here that it's broken. This belt has it from here, which has it from here, which... What? If it's coming from here, it could have gotten mixed in anywhere. This belt goes up. Maybe I accidentally did it through here somewhere? And I've fixed it? Because I was doing stuff around here. I am unhappy that I can't trace it, but it does at least look like it is no longer happening because the pollution ends. But the problem is the pollution could just be ending because I found it. Because the belt is full. There it is. Oh, I found that by pure dumb luck. That was, huh? That's all it takes. Okay. Oh, apparently I broke this thing's power. Cool. And then I think I want one more right there. There we go. Just to get a little more coverage through the diagonal. All right, well, this is actually really terrible. I'm pretty sure this belt that was polluted is one of my main, like, stone inputs. Right? Hey, I've never purported to be good at this game. I'm also completely out of carbolic oil, which is terrifying to think about, and is something that we'll worry about in the future. Because yeah, this is like the main stone input to the base, or at least one of them. So like, this belt being polluted is really, really bad. I can fix it. Okay, well, obviously here, I have to pull the concrete off when it gets to the end. And I can do another one, like, I mean, I guess gotta find, like, where is this... How far does this go before it starts splitting? And the answer is, like, here. So, like, I could filter it here, and that'll clean up anything that's, like, in the middle, but, like, this belt has gone everywhere. And the saving grace is going to be that some of these paths are fairly low volume, and they're not necessarily damaged. Yet. So yeah, I'm going to take this right here. Output priority is going to be the refined concrete. And we are going to do what we always do. All right, and then same thing needs to happen here. And those are the only 2 branches off of these inputs. Now, following this branch, same thing. I've got to go and find every branch that's been polluted. This one is still clear. This one is bad. And it goes to a couple of places. I think this is... Oh, this is not moss. This is... Is this to the saline? Which I think is blocked on this whole situation. Yes. Oh my god. Well, I know why I'm not making saline. Okay. Oh, and that's also wrong because this is not filtered. Whitelist, refined, concrete. Okay. That's fine, coming through here. Yeah. And then moving backwards, our other split is here, which comes down. Good, it splits again. Always great to see more splitting. Here. Oh my god, the whole base is screwed up. Like, this is my latex production for rubber. Do I think this belt has been messed with? I'm gonna put this here just in case. I honestly don't know if it's necessary. I have no idea. I think this fork is okay, but still. It is really hard to tell. So I think that's all the contaminated forks. This side is moving and grooving. This side is moving again. This is probably okay on this side. Actually, these are still going. That's funny. Oh, because this isn't filtered. Shoot. It's going because it's... Yeah. Okay. Actually, I'm not sure if I can do that. Because if it's contaminated further upstream, I still need to, like, drain out everything that could be contaminated on this belt coming in. Which has probably been done at this point, but I don't know how much I trust it. Okay. Well, that was exciting. These are all running again. They're still gonna not be making enough saline, to be clear. Also, are my fish stopped? Did my fish die? Oh no. Okay. Fish are still looping. The bots are trying so hard. Speaking of, have we still been making bots? Yeah, we have. I mean, we have no solder because we never have solder. But otherwise, what are we up to? 455 bots. Okay. The question then, is that going to be enough salt water to get sodium hydroxide running fast enough to keep science production going? And it's going to take a minute before I can tell or not. But certainly this is not able to run at full speed right now, so that doesn't bode well. Okay. For now, I'm gonna not worry about this. I might need another one of these. That's fine. I can fit 2 or 3 of them in this space. What I do want to do is figure out where I want to put a train stop for saline water. And I'm thinking I can run this train right across and then, like, right up here. And then hook it right in where I'm doing saline over here. And the bots are not gonna be happy with this one, are they? Because if I could just plug saline water in, it would be nice to do sodium hydroxide on the trains and then have hydrogen and chlorine on the train network, but I'm just not ready to deal with that yet, right? I need the infrastructure, and we don't have the infrastructure for that. All right, so this becomes a T. There we go. And it just works, which I love. Because it is a grid. Okay. The other thing that might be interesting to make are like grid-aligned diagonal pieces. And here's a question is, how much stuff do I actually have this far south? Not a lot. We're basically outside the base. Okay. So it's just this one little weird segment here that's going to be like weird. And then that needs to be a chain in here that I just replaced. Oh, and I should double check that over here as well. Are you yeah, chain in, rail out. Chain in, rail out. Cool. Yeah, the issue is just that I pasted this after the thing. Okay. That pipe should be reconnected. I guess we'll find out pretty quick if this doesn't want to run. Yep, that is geothermal water not fully connected. Oh dear. Okay, let's see if that is connected through now. Yeah, I see numbers fluctuating, which means we're pumping. Numbers fluctuating, which means we're pumping. Numbers fluctuating, which means we're pumping. Okay. And I have definitely reached the point of the game where I just don't care about building over ore patches because, well, because it just doesn't matter. I don't need all these ores. I'm not using them. There's plenty more scattered around everywhere. I will probably at some point open the editor to erase some ores. How much further do I have to go with this? A lot further. How about there? And I think that'll work. Oh, because this is grid, even though it's... Yeah, okay, I can drag these. That's what I thought. All right. I probably should get these fully grid aligned, so that it's a, what am I trying to say? Instead of grid relative, be grid absolute, but that's, ooh. Ooh. But... That's unfortunate. Because that power pole is right in the way. I'm not really sure what I'm going to do about that. I'm going to leave it for now. Doesn't really matter. The demand from this section is not that high. And then... yeah, I think this is basically the end. And then we grab the loop as we do. And then this is going to be a drop-off station, so I want to duplicate... which one? This one. And then replace the station so that it gets a new name. And then we're not requesting gasoline. We're going to request saline. And request, I don't know, 60,000 again. Why not? Because that's 2, like, pie tank of these. Or I guess I could do 165 KL. Not sure yet. Doesn't really matter. All right. There is that. And then we need to do... This needs to come off. There. And then... What am I doing? We come through here... I think I want to prefer that to burning through all my stone, or is this an active stone sink that I need? I think this is an active stone sink that I need, so I think that is going to be a top-up valve. Let's see, this one runs when this is less than 80. This one should run if it's less than... I'll actually bump this one up to 95, and I'll set this one to O is less than 90. Okay. I think I left most of my bots behind somewhere, and they're limping home to me. But I do need 1 million... What's your issue? Not connected to rail. Yeah, no crap. I have some of my bots. Not all of them, though. Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of walk the rails here and see if I can find more of my bots. Oh, I'm probably gonna need to grab a bunch of... It looks like I'm gonna need to grab a bunch of, not foundation, landfill. What am I at? 50 and 47, so I've still got 3 stragglers somewhere. Which really could be anywhere. Ugh, okay. Oh, am I out of... No, I'm not out of signals. Oh, I'm out of landfill. Right. I was hoping to find some of my lost bots along the way down here, but they seem pretty, actually lost somewhere. Oh, yep, 47. Still 47. Huh. I wonder where I lost them. Personal bots don't show up on the... Oh, worker robots. Here we go. Do I see a few drifting somewhere? I do. That's probably them. Alright, and I only need like 100 million more rails to build this, and I still haven't built the solder that I said I was going to build, because I am like 12 yaks deep. But I'm probably not starting solder now, because it's just about the end of the stream. $48? I'm still missing 2. There they are. Charged and recharged. Okay. So I think one of the things that I might be able to do, let me double check up here where I'm making solder. Can I upgrade the solder machine? I absolutely can upgrade the solder machine. Okay, that should be a blue assembler, and it should have been a blue assembler this whole time. I kind of forgot that I had blue assemblers, like, to be honest. It's not something I'm really regularly thinking about. Let's grab some Duralumin. And get that going. All right. This probably is now inserter input limited. Yes. We don't have a lot of space to work here. But... Oh, one double speed inserter seems fine, though. Yep. Alright, well that'll help with the solder problem. It won't solve it, but it'll help. Can I fit? Oh, can almost. And then... do like that. And then I just need to get fuel into this thing somehow, which is easier said than done. I think it can only really come in here. I do have... Oh, I do have fuel belt here. Okay. Oh, this is going to be dirty. All right, let's... grab some stuff, because I'm out of building materials. Let's not ask how I keep ending up with odd numbers of undergrounds. Some things are better left unanswered. And odd numbers of undergrounds is definitely one of those things that is better left unanswered. Alright, so this comes here. And then we're going to do the old half onto an underground trick just to pull fuel through. All right. That should help with solder a little bit. Which should help with rail production. Oh, look, the Logibots are trying to bring me rails. How cute. I should probably just go pick those up so the Logibots can do more useful things. Alright, with updated solder, hopefully we're in a better place here. And I should double check that this solder doesn't need to be single-sided anywhere, because it's now a double-sided belt. We all know how that goes. It all looks fine. I guess, yeah, solder is also being consumed for the bot network. And right now the Logibots are mostly busying themselves with emptying out all of my old dump chests and occasionally my trash slots when I'm in range. Actually, I'm going to take some extras of these because I need to lay down a lot of them. I am going to drop another trash chest because I'm a horrible person. The bots will figure it out. Oh, steel is, yeah, a major shortage here. Whoops, I didn't realize how much steel this could use. Alright, now we're tinned cable limited. Oh, we should have been tinned cable limited with just one of these. That's weird. Yeah, how were we ever steel limited? $12 to $38? Yeah, okay, I guess one of these is slightly too slow, so 2 yellows should be enough, though. Well, we're up to a fraction of our science speed again, and I think that is the sodium hydroxide saltwater situation. Yeah. So I do need to get this train figured out on the network, and it'll start bringing saltwater where we need it. But that is hundreds and hundreds of rails, unfortunately, which I just don't presently have. Alright, well, it is 5 o'clock. I'm going to end this one right on the 4-hour mark. I need to eat some dinner and take a quick break for a little while, and then I will be back in an hour with blueprints, which I've been saying for the past few days. I've been very, very excited for. I think I got all my stream capture set up for it. correctly this morning, so I should be able to just boot it up and hit the ground running and jump into the game. So yeah, thank you to everybody who has tuned in, and as always, thank you to everyone who watches these on YouTube. You are all very appreciated. If you're watching on YouTube and want to watch it live, the link to my Twitch is down in the doodly-doo. And if you're watching on YouTube, anything you want to do to feed the algorithm really helps. I'm getting dangerously close to 100 YouTube subs, and I'm gonna do, I think, a Gleba only everything spoils, like, all day stream and see just how frustrated I can get at Factorio. So if you want to see that happen, then be sure to subscribe on the YouTubes, and the sooner I hit that 100 number, the sooner that stream happens. So yeah, thanks again, everybody. Next time, I think we're going to pick up where I meant to start today before I got distracted with Rails, and we're going to figure out solder as a thing and get Rails running more efficiently, because if we're going to grow the Rail base, we need hundreds and hundreds of Rails, right? I don't know how many hundreds of Rail ghosts are here. Maybe I can tell. 1.2 thousand Rail ghosts, yeah. And like, my bots can build them fine, but that's just a lot of Rail. I have maybe 10% of what we need. All right, at any rate, that is it for today. Pyanodon will be back next Tuesday, and I will try to actually work on solder then. And then, like I said, in an hour, I'll be starting Blueprints, and that will also be my wildcard game tomorrow. Because I want to get as many hours into Blueprints as I can before everyone starts spoiling it. So yeah, thank you all very much, and I will see you next time.